doesn't make sense. All right, so that should be working now. When everyone stop freaking out, it's not my fault. The computers are stupid. Every time you close one down, a setting reset. And so again, anyways, volume should be on now. So thank you guys for letting me know. You guys are all getting Lambos today. That's exactly what's going to happen. All right, so I'm assuming you guys should be able to hear me now. We'll see. I'm not quite sure, but I'll wait until you guys say that you guys can hear me, and then I will start talking again. RETA, stop. All right, so yeah, like I said, the stream settings reset. Took off my mic. Why? I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but now we're back on. So we're going to repeat ourselves. Warren Buffett bought 20 million shares, a little bit more than that, in Barrick Gold. Warren Buffett never invests in gold, so the fact that he's investing in gold now might be able to signal something for the future. One of the main reasons he never invested in gold, which he said himself, was because it did not pay a dividend, and you guys know as well as I do, if you know anything about Warren Buffett, he's a big advocate of getting paid a dividend. Gold never paid a dividend. Therefore, he didn't want to invest. Just this year, or what have you, in just this year, 2020, Barrick Gold offered like a 7 cents dividend. Now, Warren Buffett is investing. So does he see capital appreciation coming in the gold market more? And does he like the fact that the company he's investing in is now going to pay him a dividend? That's up for debate. But very interesting, okay? Yeah, so that was kind of the new news there for you. So if you guys look at the stock Barrick Gold today, you're going to see that it's up pretty big. All right, so there's Barrick Gold this morning, right? You'll probably find it, shares trading higher after Warren Buffett Hathaway has issued a 13F filing Friday showing 20.9 million share stake in the company. Crazy. Buffett's getting involved in gold. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, for what it's worth, the man himself, the myth and the legend, Warren Buffett has bought 20.9 million shares in a company that primarily has to do with gold. Gold. Does that mean the future of gold is brighter? It could be. It could be. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here first. All right, cool. So that's what I just want to let you guys know what's going on. So for those of you that have been having questions about silver, been having questions about gold, is it going to go higher? Is it going to go lower? That right there tells me, ladies and gentlemen, that the markets think it's probably going to go higher, because Warren Buffett himself probably wouldn't be putting a 20 million share stake on a stock like gold with a dividend payout of just 7 cents if he himself didn't see some sort of value. That's what I'm most interested about. Okay. Alrighty. Now we are going to move forward. So we're going to go look at SPY here. So markets are still trending good. Looks like our endless printing of money is doing really well for asset prices getting inflated. It's now really helping. So now I want to show you guys some things that have been happening. What's really happening. Everything looks great, but I want to show you what's really happening. Okay? So this is your stock market. Okay? So we have had our pandemic and we've recovered, which is awesome. I'm happy that's happening too, because now I'm making a bunch of money again. So that's great. So markets are back up basically to all-time highs. 401ks are booming. That's great. So we've gone through this nice big recovery. So the printing of money, the endless printing and buying of corporate debt, it's working. But what else is working from buying corporate debt and printing endless money. So that's the stock market. So that's what's showing is working. What else is working behind the scenes? Right now, you have gold flying. That is also a proponent of what we've been seeing of the endless printing of money. Silver is flying. That is an outcome and things of pretty much endless printing of money and the fact that, anyways. All right. Currently, your United States dollar is crashing. That is also an outcome from your endless printing of money. So, from just a simple perspective, a 3-stage view, you have the stock market. Well, I just middle fingered you guys, but whatever. You have the stock market back at all-time highs from endless printing of money. You have gold and silver flying right now from endless printing of money, and you have your United States dollar crashing from endless printing of money. So, depending on what you look at, you might think the world's happy-go-lucky. Depending if you look at all three, there's a very, very strong correlation or cause and effect between what we've been doing. If you're somebody who simply just looks at asset prices going up, you think the world's doing great. If you're somebody if you're somebody who watches a currency, you'll see that this is very bad. So it's a double-sided sword right now, and it depends on which way you look at things. But if you look at them from a whole, yeah, stock market's great, United States dollar's crashing. So every time you go and you look at your wallet, you see those little green dollar bills in there, just know that your current monetary policy or economic policy that we're on is causing you to lose money. Inevitably. It's happening. It is happening. Though asset prices of your stocks might be going up, you're slowly losing more and more money based on the economic policy we have. So if you support economic policy, you would support the inflation of asset prices and the devaluation of your own United States dollar. Now, there's ways to take advantage of that, like being in gold at the right time and things like that. So that's what's really happening, okay? So look at the cause and effect here. So this is on, look at the date. Look at the date. I'm going to show you guys this. Look at the date, 3/20. January, February, March of 2020. We hit a high on the dollar there at like 102, okay? Let's go look at the S&P. All right, look at this. January, February, March 2020. Stock market, top crash. Your United States dollar, crash. Not coming back right now. Because the current monetary policy points to a weaker dollar. Inflated asset prices, weaker dollar. Inflated asset prices, weaker dollar. All right? So again, very interesting times we're living in, ladies and gentlemen. And I just wanted to point that out. That's currently actually what's really happening in the world right now. Okay? Everything isn't so cozy and warm as it might feel. All right? Whew. There we go. Good way to start Monday morning, isn't it? All right. Now let's take a look at something interesting like the volatility index. Currently, the volatility index is very low. Nobody thinks the market's going to crash. Nobody thinks the market is worrisome. Everybody is happy. Everybody is warm and cozy on the inside currently. They don't think anything's actually going to happen. I don't know if anything's going to happen either. But that's how the market is positioned. That's how a lot of the markets feel. You can see prices are back down. They're pretty low. We're just basically trading sideways. These are the types of situations that lead to volatility pops when the whole market is all just kind of sitting on standby and then something happens. So you essentially could be around the corner from maybe a pullback or something just based on the way the volatility index sits and what have you. Okay. Don't forget about silver. We went over silver a little bit. Yes, Bitcoin is doing very well. I actually own some Bitcoin. I said this a while ago, but I don't own a full Bitcoin. I own 0.7 Bitcoin, so almost a Bitcoin. So it's up like almost like $700. I didn't buy it. I bought it recently on this most recent breakout, and I think you should logically see a price target of like 13,000 or something like that. The gold stock ticker is GOLD, believe it or not. I know, it is actually gold. If you type in gold, it will come up. All Trump does is bail out corrupt big business. Mr. Dr. I can't pronounce your last name. You are not wrong. You are very right, sir. You are very right, sir. Government and corporation are one and the same. No matter the person holding office, the government and the corporations are one and the same. They always have been. They always will be, most likely, until people realize that government is the one that's a big part of this. So, yeah, you are right. Yeah, you're right. Governments normally bail out the corrupt big businesses. And that's usually the way it goes. You're not wrong. It happened with Obama and it happened with Trump, and it happens every single time. It does, and it is sad. But as sad as it is to say, the big corporations are in fact more important than a lot of small businesses, because in the immediate time frame, a bigger corporation employs more people. So the economic downturn and or effect would be way more severe if you let the big guys fail than you would the mom and pops. Now, that's a decision for you to make, and it's not a decision for me to make. Again, I'm just here to ride the boat. So whatever the American people come up with collectively, big bailout for the corporations or the small guys, I mean, that's up to you. But seriously, the economic toll will be so much more significant if you let the big guys fail and then drop out on all their employees because they're bigger companies. And we've gone into this before. A lot of people, when I say the government and corporations are one and the same, you might get a little confused. And let me explain. It works like this. Connor runs a company. Connor can sell you this product or this product. Connor will make more money if he sells you this product. What I just explained to you is the same thing the government does. Okay? The governments go like this. We can make money from taxes, and we can make them a bunch of ways. We can tax gasoline, and we can tax food, and we can tax income. So, we can tax income. Where are we going to make the most money? So the government goes, where do we make the most money? Do we make the most money from taxing corporations, or do we make the most money from taxing individuals? And then when we tax corporations or we tax individuals, how do we make the most when we tax them? Most of government money comes through W-2 income tax. The government makes most revenue from W-2 employee income tax. Where do you think most W-2 employees exist? Mom and pop or corporation? Corporation. So yes, it is in government's best interest to support big business, because big business employs the most, and they employ the most W-2. W-2 is where government makes their most money. So it would be a very, very terrible business decision on behalf of the United States government to not bail out big corporations, because that is where they make most of their money. So they don't have time to explain it to you like this on live TV. They won't tell it to you like this in school, because when you learn that's the way it is, you will realize that it doesn't actually appear. Now you follow the money. Follow the money, people. That's where the government makes most of their money, and that's why you would typically see bailouts for big corporations, because government and corporation are one and the same. I'm done. My job here is done. That's it. I quit. I'm done. But yeah, I wish it wasn't that way. Maybe things can change. I'm just one dude. I don't know. I'm just telling you the way it is. That's how it is. I don't have the answers. I have that answer, but I don't know how to solve the world's problems. And guess what? If the government did too, we all wouldn't be arguing the way we do about politics. So they still don't have the answer for you either, but we pay them $4 trillion a year to try and figure it out. I mean, maybe we could come up with a separate solution, like, I don't know. I mean, we could try doing something different, but again, I don't have all the answers. I don't have them all. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. All right. The middle class is always screwed because the middle class is the one that pays all the taxes. If you taxed corporations to death, if you taxed all the wealthiest people to death, they could only manage to operate the government for less than a year. If you took all the money of all the people that have all the most money in the United States, the richest of the richest, the top of the 1%, they'd be able to run the government for less than a year. Less than a year. That's it. So, the money comes from you and it comes from me. Me, you, me. It comes from the lower class and it always will. They got a lot of people caught up on this tax the super wealthy and take all their money, and then that's it. It would be gone and they'd be coming right back to your pockets that next. That's what will happen. They're vultures. It never ends, dude. They're like, give me a little bit more and a little bit more. Doesn't stop. Doesn't stop. So all you can do is just play your part and hopefully make it like 60 or 70, be able to sip at least a couple cocktails on a beach somewhere warm. That's about it, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so let's go take a look at the S&P 500 this morning. So if we look at the S&P 500, you're going to see that it's a little bit in the upper channel. I would say respectfully, we can see the markets to about 338 today, unless we actually break out of the range. So right now I got price targets on the market up to about 338, 339. We've been consolidating for almost a week here in this kind of channel. So if we do successfully get over the tops of like 338, 338.50, we might see a breakout day. But again, as we're just basically fighting this all-time high level, I'm still not even that crazy about it. So we'll just basically put it this way. We're still a little skeptical on this just breaking the all-time high, right away without seeing any sort of maybe a pullback. But anyways, so we'll see how we trade this week. That's what I think is important. I think we have a very important week ahead of us in the market to see what kind of strength and or weakness we see as we fight this high, continue to try to get out. Okay. MBOT to 14s. Yeah, maybe. Are we talking everything we told you? Literally, are we talking about stock? Are we talking about? Yes, we're talking about stocks. Everything we just explained to you is the financial system, monetary policy, economic world. This is all related to stocks, believe it or not. I know you don't want to think that, but it is. It is. I just told you that your United States government's monetary policy is causing your United States dollar to crash. It's causing gold to fly, and it's causing your stock market prices, assets to go up. And then we told you why people are taxed the way they are. Taxes lead to money in people's pocket. Money in people's pocket leads to economic activity. I mean, everything is tied together when it comes to the money. It's all tied together. Jeez. But anyways, penny stocks today. We didn't see anything that was too crazy, but you could probably look at MBOT. A lot of people have been watching this. It started moving last week a little bit. Right now, you're trading at 2 standard deviations, so you're at resistance. You try to do like a little flag breakout here, and you basically are buying right into resistance. So a lot of the people this morning are kind of trading on MBOT, this like flag pattern setup. Okay, and I'll show it to you here too. So you can see we kind of had like a wedge, and then you had this little bull flag here go up and then trade sideways. So you can see there's a bull flag there. So people probably traded this bull flag for a breakout, unknowing that you're running into 1250 resistance, and now we're selling down. You actually might see an aggressive down move here for all the people that got trapped in that little bull flag move and then started selling out here. So this could lead to a snap down because, again, you're basically buying into the upper cycle and selling zone. So I don't see a big breakout on MBOT until you cross the price of, say, 1270 on the day. And even that, it's going to be pretty challenging to do, I would say. Let me double check the larger time frame. Yeah, the large time frame has large time frame, 4-hour time frame has 3 standard deviations at 1283. So you got a pretty significant resistance zone up to 1283. And then you have 3 standard deviations up at 1350. So I think there was a gentleman on here saying MBOT to $14. It is possible only if you break out of the 4-hour trend and you break out of the daily chart trend and you break out 2 standard deviations on the day. So it's all possible, but you got to break some significant levels first, okay? So for now, I would basically say the safest play that you could possibly look out for a breakout that's not even really that safe is the markets to move through all this resistance at 1250 up to 1276 and then look for a move pretty much no more than that blue line, which is 1394. So everything is pretty much saying MBOT is at resistance, and anything going long right now shouldn't be anything more than the $14 price. And if in the event it goes over $14, it was pretty lucky. And then so I don't really see MBOT going through 14 very easily. I hope it does, though. Okay? I hope it does. If we break all-time highs, it will most likely be an overnight gap up. I mean, yeah, it could. It could very well be an overnight gap up. It can happen during the day. Yeah, we can take a look at LODE. This was a stock that popped up today that people were watching. Didn't have... it's okay. I mean, I'm not a big fan of it myself. I probably won't trade this. I'll probably pass on this. I'm going to say this probably won't trade that good. You're over 3 standard deviations on the upside on the 4-hour and the daily chart. Right now, you should probably just put price targets of pretty much $1.14 to $1 on LODE. Yeah, so we'll probably just say price targets right now in the stock are probably like $1.15 to $1. Okay. UBX. Now, I did see UBX kind of hit in the scanner some today. Was this the stock that... maybe. Yeah. So this, I think the stock missed their primary endpoint for osteoarthritis drug candidate shares. So yeah, this is a biotech company that had trials in place, and then the primary endpoint for the osteoarthritis drug failed. So everything that this company was probably working on for a long time, that all the investors were probably geeked up on and investing in, just failed. So for now, it's toast. You might be able to argue there's a bounce or something. Sure, if you want to try to trade for a bounce, go for it. That's about it. The horizontal indicators on our chart are standard deviations line. You can see they're linked in the description below. Do you recommend selling on the bid like you do? I sell on the bid, I sell market order, and I sell ask. So yes, if you want to sell on the bid when you feel that it's necessary to sell on the bid, then by all means do that. Don't get caught up on selling on the ask, selling market order, selling on the like. Don't get too caught up on it. Essentially, all it is it's just selling shares. Selling on the bid is just you selling to people who want to buy, and it's just sometimes easier to do that. Okay. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, that's all I have for you guys today. So I do appreciate you guys tuning in. We're gonna drop the charts down. Pretty much just go to some scans and things of that nature. So hopefully everybody has a great rest of your day. Hope you guys learned something new today tuning in. Do appreciate it. I'm going to drop this down. We're going to leave this up. So everybody have a great day. And I'll see you guys on the next stream. Take care. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, on the YouTube stream. As you guys could probably all imagine, today is the best Monday ever. You've woken up, you've looked at your TOS platform, and it's not working. I know, it's great. So, we figured we would spend some time here online with you guys today too. So, as long as this doesn't update, I figured we'll just kind of hang out, answer some questions. If you guys have any questions about the stuff that's on the screen, feel free to ask, and we can answer those along the way. Yeah, I'm kind of glad the only thing I have open right now is those like 25 shares on NKLA right now, or else this would just be absolute trash. This would suck. Imagine if I had those 1,000 shares of BFRA right now and couldn't log in. That would suck. Nice. Oh, the platform just updated. Maybe I can get in now. We'll see. Probably not, though. Nope, could not connect to the internet. So yeah, it definitely looks like Thinkorswim is going to be down for the count, at least for now. So I don't know, I guess I'll figure out. We'll know when it's back online because I'm sure somebody will say something. Yeah, you can even see like there was a lot of people viewing on the YouTube stream today and just immediately dropped off here at about 9:30 because no one can trade anymore today. It's pretty funny actually. So yeah, I mean this might just be a day you guys can take off. You know, could be a very well an easy day. Based on the Momo scanner, it looks like you had LODE pop up to about $1.79 at one point. Had QUMU hit the scanner. Most recent stock to hit the high day scanner was MBIO. I mean, today you've had some unusual options activity in the stock GOLD, which obviously isn't a surprise considering the news that happened there. You've had some unusual activity in BAC, Ford, and NVIDIA. So yeah, some interesting stuff's going on in those stocks, maybe. So for some of you that maybe have open screens or charts you can work off of, just an FYI, there was a $51,000 purchase of 580 calls on NVIDIA today. Andrew Johnson, who cares? Market is going green. I mean, if the market's going green, that's a good thing. We hope it continues going up, absolutely. Do I think this is manipulation of the stock market? No, I don't. No. Sorry to say, but no, I don't. I mean, if you think about it, it's just a big platform. A lot of people use it, do an update, something's wrong, then you got to fix it. I mean, these are just common tech issues that, I mean, even we've run into issues like this at Boiler Room Trading as far as, you know, like emails to, like refund. I mean, like there's always, you know, whenever you create something, there tends to be a bug somewhere that you run into at some point. So, no, it's definitely not manipulation here. Charts are not loading. Yeah, no, you guys are correct. Everything under TOS should probably not be loading. Can you sue them? I mean, I'm sure you probably can. Whether or not it'd be successful, I have no idea. That is true. It does seem that whenever we see them do an update, it tends to break break the system. Switching to Webull. Screw TOS. Yeah, I mean, you could do that. The Webull platform, I gotta say, is not going to be as intuitive. So it's a give and take world, but you could definitely do that. just another update there at 9:43 a.m. You had unusual options calls on NVAX. At 9:44, you had more unusual options calls on NVIDIA. You just got unusual options calls on JP Morgan. And Plug. Someone just bought $19,000 worth of calls for Plug with a $13 strike. They bought 632 contracts at 30 cents. Yeah, there's really nothing to share on Zoom. I mean, I guess I could share scanners. Yeah, sorry, that might help you guys a bit. I'll share a couple other things too with you if you guys are interested. I'll pull it up. Hold on. If I can double log in. I hope I can. Yes. Hold on one second. I'm bringing up some stuff for you guys. It's a cool gadget. Okay, let me share that guy. See, I'll put this up for you for the time being because I don't think TOS is going to come up for us. But, yeah, there you guys. Oh, yeah, it is extremely frustrating when something like this happens. Now, you always hear, well, what about this platform or this platform? And it happens to everyone. I've seen it happen to Lightspeed. I've seen it happen to Interactive Brokers and this broker. So we've seen platform outages pretty much across all brokers to some degree. Now, I got to say, I don't think it's to the degree of TOS. But, I mean, anyways, all brokers have their issues from time to time. And we could go over and explain why the issues are as bad or when they started with TOS, but we all know that same record. Free commission trading, everybody hopped onto, TOS and other platforms. And pretty much since then, it's just never quite been the same, essentially. Our Monday class, if we can't really get onto the platform, we probably, we could have a class, but it's going to just kind of be like a, more of like a lecture style. So that's really up to you guys. If you want to still run class today around 11 o'clock or so, we can do that. Absolutely. But like I said, if we don't have charts going, it's still going to be, it'll just be more lecture style. But if you guys want to do that, we could just make it a Q&A for the day. And then you guys can, of course, come with any questions you have, and maybe by then the platform's updated or working. Mike, so actually, if you look at my screen right now, you'll see that all the option call data that I'm basically speaking out to you guys is right here on the screen. If you take a look, it's from flowalgo.com. So. This is actually something I've been using more recently, kind of playing around with it, and I thought I might bring it to your guys' attention. Today is actually something where it kind of works perfect, where I'm not trading, but I could give you all these mentions. Brandon, rip TOS. True that. All right, guys, just recently here at 9:40, I mean, you have a couple of them coming through. At 9:44, you had option calls on BIDU, unusual options activity on gold, BYND, Uber, AG, and IO. So you had some positive calls on BYND. Most recent one right now is on SRNE and NIO. We just had $32,000, you had $70,000 worth of options activity coming in on the call side for NIO, looking for prices to hit 13 to 13.50. SRNE just had $255,000 worth of option calls purchased to the long side, looking for a move to $10. So there's again, 500, contracts for a $10 strike price equaling $255,000. SRNE. That just happened 2 minutes ago. So, again, the criteria for unusual is just that, like a big options call, right? Unusual, right? And so I guess if you want to say what's the criteria, everyone's going to give you something a little bit different, but for the average trader, you're going to be buying maybe 2 calls, 3 calls, maybe 4 calls. You might be building a credit spread or a debit spread of, 3, a total of say 5 calls, or not 5 calls, but 6 calls or something like that, or a couple contracts. But you're not typically going out and buying 300 contracts, 200 contracts. The average investor isn't going out dropping 255 grand on calls. So unusual options activity is typically going to be when we see a call sweep or a put sweep, or someone just takes a very big bet, whether it's long or short, and they're picking up 300-400 calls. So, and that's just it. What's the actual scanning criteria behind it? I don't know myself. We've built, actually, and what would be better is for you to actually talk to Dave Hahn in our Elites trading program and ask him, because he spent lots of times building some scanners with 7 of 9, who does a lot of the coding for our scripts. So you spent a lot of time talking to Dave, or sorry, if you talk to Dave, he'll probably have some better insight on what actually goes into the criteria behind finding the unusual activity. Excuse me. And that's what I will say too, is a lot of it's your own experience. So we're looking at this, right? And you got, so for example, right? So we get this unusual options call activity for SRNE. And again, I don't have charts right now. If charts come back on, somebody please let me know. But for example, we get $255,000 worth of activity to the long side on SRNE today. All right, and it's a $10 strike. Just because $255,000 is purchased and they think it's going to go to 10, it doesn't even have to go to 10, right? It doesn't have to go to 10 today. It could go to 10 tomorrow. So again, your experience is going to be the best teacher you have, because there may be multiple situations where you see some unusual options activity on a stock and you're like, okay, well, they're thinking it's going to go to X price, and it never actually reaches it, not at least in the time frame you were thinking, or maybe it does the next day. And now you can see, look at SRNE is over $10, okay? And so look at it happen, right? We have SRNE over 10, right? We had big call there to go up to that high. So the reason we look at unusual options activity, and the reason that equities markets and traders like to use that, is because there is a consensus that the options market it's spoken that it's smarter than the equities market, or that they know a little bit more sometimes, or if someone is willing to take a $255,000 bet on options right now for a price of X, then maybe that person knows something more than we know. And so that could sometimes give us an indication or an idea to follow that stock for that sort of move, because that's what the options market is implying can happen, right? So that's it. And again, you'll be able to differentiate, if you go look at a play and someone buys a bunch of calls or something to go to this price, and you look at the stock and you're like, that just it doesn't make sense, right? At least for the time being. Then maybe you don't follow it. But if you look at something like SRNE, it's like, oh yeah, it's really not trading too far away from 10. It's in the lower buying cycle. The intraday channel's up to 12. It's got room to run. Yeah, actually that kind of makes sense. Maybe that will happen. All right, so you just got some bullish call activity on Visa, bullish call activity on Bank of America, and bullish call activity on Walmart. TOS is running, no way. Maybe? Maybe. Will I do an options video? I mean, again, I don't really trade options. I do know of them. There are far more experienced people in options to talk to than me. Not that I couldn't become experienced. It's just not very high on my list of things to do currently. But, you know, if you look at somebody on live, you go look at some of the Tasty Works videos. Option Alpha, I believe, is another YouTube channel. They have some pretty good information on options. So there's a lot of resources out there, and I can tell you right now, I'm not going to be your best one. Facts. Yeah, looks like Thinkorswim's still not loading. That's okay. Just an FYI, you just had some unusual options activity to the long side back end on NVIDIA. $470 strike price. Someone put in $1.3 million in premium. It's a block order. All right, so you had a big block order for calls on NVIDIA, $1.3 million. Anticipating it's a 470 strike. Expiration is 9/25. So within 1 month's time, they're expecting that the price of NVIDIA will be over 470, or stay over 470, or however you want to put it. Looks like CLRO's been hitting the high day scanner pretty good. AKER is hitting the high day scanner pretty well. As a newbie, why are you against Webull? Not against Webull. Just letting you know that simply it's just not as an intuitive platform. It might be a little bit harder to navigate as quickly in terms of doing fast trading. If you're looking to do some investing, a little swing trading, nothing wrong with it. Perfectly fine. No, I imagine if the reason they're down is probably just some server issues currently. What's your thoughts on trading pre-market? Hard to get in and out, but that's where most of the action is nowadays. That's where most of the action's always been. I would say that it hasn't really changed. I mean, pre-market and after hours is where, and it's really not where a lot of action is, to be honest. A lot of it, it's debatable how you want to argue that. If you determine action by volume, then no, that's not where the action's at. If you determine action by degree of move, then yeah, that would be where a lot of the action takes place. Okay? Because yes, overnight gaps happen all the time, and that's where a lot of this movement happens. And there's reasons why you can see such drastic moves overnight so quickly on even little volume, and I'll explain why in just a second. So trading pre-market, there's usually less volume, many times, not all the time, but there is usually less volume. During pre-market and after-hours trading, there is no market orders. Someone tried to tell me once that you can do a market order in pre-market and after-hours trading, and I just told him he was the most correct person I've ever met, because you just can't change the thinking of someone like that until they learn it themselves. So you can only do limit orders after hours and in pre-market trading. It's possible that that gentleman was thinking that you are still getting orders executed by market makers. That is true. During pre-market and after hours trading, you're not doing market orders, but you can still get filled from market makers, okay, via limit orders. So you can only do limit orders in after hours and pre-market. Therefore, sometimes getting out is harder because you either have to wait for someone to buy shares from you on the ask, or you have to go down to the buyers and sell shares to the buyers. And sometimes the buyers aren't willing to buy shares from you, and then they drag the price lower. So yes, pre-market after hours trading can be a little bit more challenging in terms of liquidity. Pre-market and after hour tradings can have big moves. The people that capture most of the moves after hours and pre-market are the ones that obviously got in before after hours and pre-market. But that's just where a lot of movement takes place, not always a lot of liquidity though, and volume. And that is why you can see prices move so drastic during pre-market and after hours trading, even on very low shares, because there's a lot less market participation. A lot of times the participation is being done by a handful of traders and a lot of market makers. And if market makers are the ones that control the spread and they're the ones that are doing most of the orders filling, then they have a lot of power over you during those time periods. Whereas if you just wait till market open, or you're someone who only trades market open or during the trading day, you're going to involve yourself in a far more, you're going to involve yourself in a market that has far more much more volume. Okay, and when you have much more volume, then prices cannot be dragged up or down as easily, right? So, for example, let's just say that the market maker wanted to bring a price to 25. Right? During pre-market trading, if there's no volume, nothing, and it'll be easier to actually drag a price down because he can put in a really low bid. And then in fact, if someone comes and sells him shares down there, right, then he might be like, oh, well, if you're willing to sell me shares at, let's say 25.50, then I'll drop my bid down to 25.20. Oh, you're willing to sell me shares down here, then you execute a sell order down there, and then you drop it down to 20. But during the live trading days, there's way more activity, which means even if the market maker want to bring it down to 25, there might be some other buyer in the world that wants to buy it up at 25.50, and he's got so much to buy that the price ain't going to reach 25. So when you involve yourself in the active trading day or during the trading day, there's just so many more market participants that there's way more volume, and it's harder to see those drastic price fluctuations, and that's it, because you have more people participating. At 7:30 in the morning, you and a handful of traders might be just trading with market makers. And since they control the spread, you're essentially buying from them. You're not buying from me, or you're not buying from the dude down in Florida in his grandma's basement. You're probably just buying from market makers and computers on the exchanges, right? And if you watch my video recently on BFRA, that was a perfect example of basically where that happened. I kept selling shares to the market makers, and since I was the only one selling and they were the only ones buying, they were able just to put their bids lower, and if I was willing to sell to them, then I would sell them at a lower price, and so they just kept dropping their bid to a seller who was willing to sell. And since I was panicked and emotional, I just kept selling. And you could see the price went from like 20 something pre-market all the way down to 15, and then it went all the way back up to 20. So it dropped a matter of like 5 points on no volume really easily, made a big move, and that was primarily just from my selling. And now I know some people think, oh, there's no way that you just selling 1,000 shares can do that. Well, no, it can. I did it. I just did it. So that's your answer to aftermarket and pre-market trading. Wow. Well, the good news is Mr. Bakata here, a member from our private group, just accidentally made $7,000. Very nice. We love it. Congratulations, bud. Good day to you. Round of applause. Pat on the back. Willie, no, our $30 a month chat room and audio and live video does not come with course access, no. But you can find something like that at Learn Plan Profit with Ricky Gutierrez. I believe he does that. Do I have a StockTwits account? I think I do, but I don't actually use it. It's possible. It could be. It could be the TOS is back up and running. Let's give it a go. Let's give it a whirl. PMP, if you know all this, why didn't you wait for market open? You should go watch the video on BFRA, and it will really open your eyes and explain a lot of things. And again, you basically saying, if you know all this, why didn't you wait for market open, is the same reason. That's basically trading. It's emotional. You should watch the video. I think you'll like it, and I think it will answer the question better than I can answer it right now in a short little phrase for you. Thoughts on TradeStation? I heard they're great. I tried to sign up with them, and then I got to the process of linking your bank account to do an ACH transfer, and they couldn't do that. And I said, well, if you can't do an ACH transfer from my bank account, I guess I'm not going to use you. So, and that's happened to me multiple times with brokers. I used TradeZero once, and they misplaced like $25,000 of mine for like 3.5, 4 weeks and couldn't find it. And that's when I pulled the plug on TradeZero and left them. Thinkorswim just magically keeps delaying. I mean, so I've had my issues with brokers, right? I went to TradeStation. They couldn't even do an ACH transfer and kept failing that. And that wasn't the only one who experienced that. Brandon, our team admin trader here with me, he experienced it, so then I didn't use TradeStation. I had TradeZero, and plenty of people do very well with them and love them. I mean, they misplaced 25 grand of mine for about a month and had no clue where it was, said it wasn't their fault, called my bank said it wasn't their fault, they said call their bank, the bank over there said it wasn't their fault. So pretty much amongst every single bank that did the transaction and where the money was going, they had no idea where 25 grand was, so that's when I pulled my plug with them. TOS continues to crash since they did the free commission trading. I mean, so brokers all have their issues. Robinhood, you couldn't even get into your account before, and people were just losing a bunch of money. I mean, it happens, right? This is the nature of the business you're in, essentially. And Thinkorswim's still not loading, so there's that. Long-term managed account, off top of my head, we own. It's been a long time since I've actually looked at that. I'll have to get my new holdings on that, and then I'll maybe do a video. But off the top of my head, we own things like we own gold, we own silver, we own Aflac, we own Apple, we own Nvidia and AMD, or AMD or Nvidia, I can't remember, but we do own some of those semiconductors along with Apple and some of the big tech. Definitely own a fair share of insurance companies, and then we definitely own a fair share of golds and silvers right now. Health insurance for sure is in there. I think we own UNH to be specific. I think that's the one. And of course, there's a mix of corporate bonds in there. There's a mix of, government bonds. So we have a fair mix of bonds, ETFs, equities, and gold and silver in that one. One account that I specifically manage myself owns only gold, and it owns gold and silver. Is that it? I thought I might have changed some things. Hold on. Yeah, then another account owns silver, gold, Coca-Cola, and Delta Airlines for the time being. Yep. And then I have another account that's invested solely 100% into a health and science mutual fund, which is PRHSX, that I've owned since I was 18. It's done an average return of 14% since I was 18, about 27 now. So that's 7, so that's 9 years. So 9 years of 14% return on average. That's in PRHSX. Yeah. But again, when I get I'll look into see exactly what we hold in those, and then I'll do like a video on that. I remember TOS would kind of have its delays and lags before they went to free commission trading, but yeah, for sure it did eventually. I mean, they always had their crashes, but no, it's definitely worse now for sure. We haven't had any of these problems recently for actually quite a long time. Remy, I'm having no problems buying and selling pre-market with interactive brokers. Yeah, that's naturally how it is with pretty much everyone. Again, if your broker and everything is going as it should, then you usually don't have a big issue buying or selling pre-market. Do I only use TOS for active trading currently? Yes. For small investing, I have Robinhood. I even have a Webull account that I don't think I've opened within the past 3 months and looked at it. Maybe I have in like the past, yeah, maybe I think I looked at it like a month ago or something like that. It's got like a couple $100 in it. But if you're talking active trading, yeah, it's primarily just Thinkorswim. All right, just an FYI. I mean, just recently we had at 10:11 we had $300,000 worth go to the call side for Tesla for a 1920 strike. Gold just got calls for a 191 strike, and TDOC just got calls for a 205. They just got calls again for a 205 at 10:11 and 10:12. TDOC got 205 calls. 1013 MTCH just got 120 calls. Matthew, why TOS over other platforms? So for making YouTube videos and teaching people, and for beginners being able to get onto an interactive platform without a lot of money and still having pretty much every indicator known to man available with legitimate news sources coming in on the platform. It's a great platform overall for the stock market and for the way that we do things. So it's great, right? And then why not use other brokers? I guarantee I will, and I've used many in the past, and I'll probably continue to use more in the future. But for the day-to-day tasks and things that I do in general, TOS is one of the best platforms that I can use. No, I mean, if you're asking if I've ever played around with the Think Script section myself, no, but I know that there's many who have. But I really couldn't give you info on, what's the best way about actually using it. Are there any free scanners like this? No, pretty much no. No, I really haven't. See, that's the other thing too, is based on the free commission trading, it's actually made trading a little bit easier with the way that I'd like to trade. So I know that maybe my trading approach currently would have to change a bit by going over to something that is now has commissions, excuse me. So that's the other thing, is if I switch, then I will have to kind of go back and readjust the way that I trade. I'll have to take less entries and less exits to go down on commission. So, but to answer your question, no, I have not, but I already know that it would have to change dramatically, because at the rate using TOS and the way that I trade, the commissions would rack up so fast, because sometimes I'll do a couple entries and I'll do a couple exits. So I'd probably switch that down to doing like 1-2 entries and then like 1-2 exits, hopefully. So there would have to be a pretty big dramatic change in my approach on how I go in and out. And that's the other thing, like, yeah, Mr. Gutierrez says, like, yeah, TOS is just, it's an incredibly comfortable platform. It has, so I don't think I won't ever actually go away from TD Ameritrade fully. No. What's a reliable broker that doesn't lag at all? Show me a woman that doesn't nag you at all. I don't think they exist. As it goes for men and women. Show me a man, right, for a woman that doesn't get under her skin every once in a while. They don't exist. Okay, they're all gonna have their ups and downs. It's just going to happen, right? That's that. And then again, I mean, I have not used every broker, but everyone's got their ups and downs. It's gonna happen. Yeah, Matthew, honestly, like, you're 3 weeks into the market, you're trying to question what broker's best to use. How you've seen 1,000 videos, right? You're in the phase where you're just starting out. You're looking at all these brokers, and it's all so confusing. You're like, what the hell, right? And so first things first, you're gonna determine, okay, like, how am I even gonna trade? What am I gonna do, right? So if you're gonna do day trading, right, you can do that. You're gonna do swing trading, you can do that. You can do long-term investing, you can do that. Each broker will be better equipped for what someone is trying to do. As mentioned before just a bit ago, I said that I will continue to use TOS so let me rephrase this. I told you that I do my active trading on Thinkorswim. I can tell you right now, for execution and entry and exit and speeds and fills of orders, you'd be far better off using something like Interactive Brokers or Lightspeed or even like Trade Zero over something like Thinkorswim. And I'm not going to explain exactly why right now, because that's a whole nother rabbit hole. But you'd be better off using something like Lightspeed or Interactive Brokers over Thinkorswim, and over E-Trade, and over Robinhood, and over Webull, and pretty much over anything that's free commission. Okay? Then you'd be like, oh, well, then why don't you use it? And my reasoning behind why I don't use it currently and why I will remain using TOS indefinitely is because of teachings, YouTube videos. For someone who's just starting out, to teach that, it's a great starting point, Thinkorswim, and it may be a great point for you to never leave, right? So you're 3 weeks in, first figure out, are you going to do day trading, you're going to be a swing trader, you're going to do this. And then think about the fact that it might take you a long time before you really get the hang of it. So why would I go and spend all the money on commission when I don't even know exactly what I'm doing yet? And I hope that didn't sound too harsh, but I would honestly say there is no point in spending a bunch of money on advanced brokers if you can't make money, you don't know how to trade yet. Why spend the commission? So you'd be better off using something like Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim is now free commission, so you don't spend any money going in and out, or you have these really small fees, ECN fees, but it's pretty much nothing now. So you basically pay no money to put real money on the table and get real-time experience. You could go to something like Interactive Brokers, because you've heard from Connor Polfron at theboilerroomtrading.com and from Warrior Trading on YouTube and a bunch of articles on the internet that these other brokers are just so much faster and the execution speed is going to be so much greater, and that's going to help you become this much more profitable. Well, again, if you don't know how to buy and sell at the same time, the execution speed is basically irrelevant. So we don't want you spending the extra money. So there's a great option, Thinkorswim. You get a very intuitive platform with lots of tools and capabilities, and you can trade for free. So that's where I would recommend you to go. Do something like that, or even E-Trade, right? But at least that way you get a platform that has charting and indicators and things that can get you up to speed while even being able to trade real money without spending a commission. Now, you could argue and say, let's go to Robinhood. Let's do something like Robinhood. Well, if you go to Robinhood, yeah, you can get free commission trading, but you get no intuitive platform. You get no indicators. You get terrible news feed. I mean, you don't get anything that would allow you to be somewhat more active, right? Anton, since I made the video about Thinkorswim not filling orders, I got a lot of people asking me oh, you're still using them, but you're still using them. It's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, of course I'm still using them, but yeah, haven't had. There is still sometimes a slight delay, but I will tell you this: the delay thing on orders not going through. I mean, that's pretty much all hashed out. And I pretty much avoid trading the first 1 minute and 2 minutes almost every single day. So usually I'm not even taking entries on those anymore. Every once in a while I will, but for the most part I'm not. So I don't even experience a delay if there is a delay, which I feel like there is still a slight delay on the first 1 minute, but I wouldn't know so. But again, just avoid even trying to trade those first couple minutes, and you'll probably see your consistency improve almost instantly. Do you have standard deviation on Webull? I don't think so. Probably not. I'm swinging all day, every day. I comfortably say that 2 years is the process. Probably like 2.5 years, probably the process is going to take you before you can kind of just wrap things. You really wrap your head around events, moves in the market, things that are happening, right? And you can justify it, right? Some days you might wake up in the morning and, you look at a stock and then it jumps like $6, $7 a share and it makes this crazy move and you're like, oh my God. And you're like, well, what the hell even happened, right? Give you a couple of years, and then you'll be like, yeah, that kind of makes sense why that happened. Or, yeah, I could probably see this go up to there, and that would make sense. So I would say give it about 2 years or so, 2.5, depending on how much you study and how much work you do. And you will probably come to pretty good realization around 2 years of what's happening, in the market, why it's moving the way it's moving, why it made this move, what's the potential for it to go here. It can't do that because that doesn't even make sense. So give it about 2 years or so, you'll probably start to see the pieces come together a lot more. Adol, yep, TOS got everybody today. Oh yeah. So, Remy, yeah, there's situations like today where the platform is lagging, but if you go on the website, you could probably execute trades there, and if you go on your phone, you can execute trades there. So there's definitely options out there available for you to exit trades. But yeah, I mean, if you're someone who only uses the desktop platform and that's not working, and then it's like, yeah. So really, the application and the website working is TD Ameritrade's scapegoat for situations like this. They go, oh well, you could have done the website and you could have sold there. It's like, oh well, thanks, bud. I already lost $5,000, dipshit. It's like, oh well, appreciate that. So yeah, their customer service. I mean, they basically know they can't do anything, and they know that you're probably going to lose money if in the event this happens, but too bad. It's basically what they're going to say, and there's not much you can really do. Sorry to say. True. That's just it. I mean, but they use their user web and their application as their scapegoat for when their desktop goes down, said you could still execute trades this way or that way. Is the stock market getting hammered today? Does anybody know? I haven't actually looked. I don't even have my phone on me, so I don't have anything. But how's the market doing today? Because that could be pretty interesting. Okay. Okay, so yeah, market's not doing anything too crazy. That's good. Do you like Trend Spider? Actually, I've never used them. Trend Spider has actually reached out to me to do some promotional marketing for them, and I never did it. Yeah, they basically wanted to sponsor me to do a couple videos about their service, but then again, I never actually really use their service, and I'm not going to promote anything that I don't actually use myself or like to use or actually truly feel there's benefit in. That being said, I never really gave TrendSpider a fair shake or looked at their product before just choosing not to do it. So again, is it a good product? I have no idea. I have no idea. What is Give me a second, guys. I need to do something. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. I had something to do. Warren Buffett pump on gold. Oh, give me a second, guys. I'm going to try and do something pretty nifty here. It's probably not going to work as planned. So if this stream gets all jacked up, it wasn't my fault. Just know that. They recommend. What would you recommend? Come on. That's bullshit. All right, we are still not logged in. We're still not logged in. Sorry, guys. Sorry to say. But yeah, Buffett did. I want to say pumped gold. The dude, honestly. So this is again. This probably is what happened. Warren Buffett probably bought tons of calls on the stock gold, and then he invested 20 million shares. Stock got pumped, and now he's probably just dumping all his calls. This is a classic Warren Buffett move. Your green and red colors are backwards on Webull. How do you switch them around? I have no idea because I've never run into that issue myself. I don't use that platform all that much. TOS is trash today. Yeah, well, that's something we can agree on. You're using the web version on TOS, you can very well do that. You can use the TOS web version. You can use pretty much any version you want to use besides the desktop is how it appears. Looks like we're getting, you know what? As a whole today, we have had 2, 3. Wait, is that right? Am I wrong? I could be looking at that wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. 6. 6. Since 9:30 in the morning, since the markets opened, we have had 6 unusual bullish activity calls on GLD. So it seems like as overall the gold market is getting a lot of activity, a lot of bullish activity. So let's see how far out all these calls, these bullish calls are going on the gold market right now. So we got expiries for 9:30. We got more expiries for 8:28, 8:28. 8:28, 1, 2, 3, 4, makes it 5, let's see, it's 6. Yeah, you got, you have, let's see again, let me double check this. There's 1, so that's 1 for 191, 828, you got GLD 191, 828, GLD 191, 191. Yeah, you've had a lot of activity for 191 calls with an expiration of an 828. So a total of 67,000, 75,000. So 60 and 75, that's 130 or 140. And you got there is another 65, 140, so you're at 2. So yeah, you got probably about $250,000 to the call side on gold GLD for 828 expires for 191s. Hippie Tech 029. Yes, there is a delay. At the time I answered your question, it was 10:35. Usually about a minute delay. That way we are not breaking any laws or legality issues amongst any of the companies' products that you see that are on our stream. That way we don't break any of our partnership agreements or anything of that nature. So if in the event you come across YouTube and somebody has a live stream going up in real-time data of trade ideas scanners or any other proprietary product that's real-time, essentially they're breaking the law. So as much as we'd love to provide that real-time data for you, we're not going to break the law here because I'd like to sit cozy in my house and continue to do the things I love to do and not go to jail. Fascism AI. I will do this. I promise you. Today, I will fix the Nightbot issue on our chat room. It was just something I added a long time ago really quickly, and its default settings, you can say, are a little aggressive. A little aggressive. TOS Desktop is back. Let's go. Actually, I have no idea. I haven't logged in myself. Oh, we just got bullish 30 calls on SLV, ladies and gentlemen. Silver. We just got $30 calls. That is a beautiful. We just had 3 purchases, $30 calls. How big? How big? The algo score is not all that big on it. It's decent. It's decent. But yeah, I mean, it's just fun to see that we're seeing 30 calls on that now. Oh wow. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's good. 4, 5. More on G. Yeah, we're pretty crazy actually. Oh wow, my TOS desktop loaded again. We're open. We are in. We are on, but nothing is loading. So it's a tease still. It's a tease. You know, it's a tease. Had a nice dinner, took her out for a nice date. You still don't know if you're going home. All right, you still don't know if you're going home tonight. You're kind of still in the dibble dabble phase. We're loading, we're not loading, we're doing the dance, we're not doing the dance. It's one of those situations. Yep, so we're just kind of in this in-between phase. It's not good, not good. It's a big tease. All right, most recent on the high-a-day scanner is CLPS. That's been going off a good amount today. RXT's been going off a good amount today. This Benzinga Newswire thing's trash right now. I don't know why this thing doesn't update on its own. I really could not tell you. It's kind of frustrating, so that's cool. We just got some bullish call activity on NKLA for a price of 47, which just seems interesting. Unusual options volume on flow trade? It's possible. I have no idea. I don't know what they are or if I've ever used them. This could be... I was going to say there was another company that reached out to me to do some marketing for their options program. Looked very similar to Flow Algo. Yeah, I actually kind of wanted to maybe reach out to those people again, but I couldn't remember their contact information, unfortunately. Looks like Visa is getting a lot of call actions, a lot of sweep activity on the 205s. So you're getting a bunch of call sweeps on Visa right now for 205. That's the market's basically telling you they think that Visa can hit 205. Expiry is 8/21. So you're only a couple days out. That's a short-term play. That's basically the market's anticipating 205 within a short duration of time. MasterCard is now getting 340 calls directly after Visa calls. So it's telling you there's a portion of the market that's seeing some bullish activity within the credit card space right now. MasterCard also got a block order along with sweep orders for 340s. So yeah, there's some bets going on there. Yeah, actually, that's actually funny you mentioned that. Like, this member mentioned on YouTube. Could you imagine being like an intern starting, and this is your first day at TD Ameritrade? Like, all right, or like your first day in like customer service. Like, all right, we're just gonna bring you on. All right, things should be pretty smooth. All right, Kevin, show up for work tomorrow, 9 a.m. sharp. Gonna be a great day. I can't get in my platform. I'm losing my shit. The whole word's burning. Guy's probably having the worst day of his life. Probably rethinking his entire life decisions right now. All right, so Thinkorswim just loaded back up for me. It just loaded back up for me. And I'm, oh, nope, it's kind of not working. It's kind of working, it's kind of not working. This isn't good. Not good. So I don't think we'll be taking any trades here. Definitely not going to be happening. But, nope, yeah, I still really can't do much for you guys. Circuit Jet's funny. Oh, this is a good day. This is a good day. All right. No problem. No problem, Mr. Mackle. Oh, Kroger's getting pumped up today because that Warren Buffett stuff. Yeah, these charts are a little slow. That's a little bit. What is your third favorite scanner after Trade Ideas? I've never used equity feeds. People tell me equity feeds is pretty good, but I really don't use too much scanning other than, well, yeah, no, I pretty much use Trade Ideas, Flow Algo for information, Benzinga for news, TOS for news, and then TOS. Pretty much everything that I do in terms of trading and making active decisions will come, and all the tools will be Benzinga, Flow Algo, Trade Ideas, Thinkorswim, anything else off the top of my head. Trade Exchange, we get some information from, but pretty much, yeah, that's about it. I like it. I like it. IMRA. Why does that sound familiar? You had continued call activity taking place on MasterCard and Visa at 1040 and 1041. LODE stock is hitting the high day scanner. It did have somewhat of like this like developing pennant formation, might be breaking up. It's definitely up a little bit, but Hippie Tech, yeah, typically we don't talk all day long on stream because typically we're working in our private rooms. But I've always loved the idea of being able to be online with you guys all day on YouTube and talking. But I've never found a way to manage it properly, or pretty much manage all my tasks properly while doing that. So it could be something that happens in the future or changes in the future. But as for now, no. Typically, we just do like a 30-minute video breakdown in the morning, and then we'll just leave up scanners all day with no audio. Oh yeah, excuse me. Actually, I didn't even really think. Yeah, excuse me. We use Finviz a lot too. I was thinking of like more like paid services. But yeah, we do use Finviz. Finviz is one that we use all the time, actually. So that's another good. I mean, there's so many different techniques for scanning. You can use Finviz, you can use Flow Algo, you use Trade Ideas, you can use Thinkorswim, you can use the paid version of Finviz. You could just use some free application on your phone to create a watch list if you want. You can use Discord and use Stockbot commands and see what's happening across a bunch of servers. There's all sorts of ways you can scan. It's more or less figuring out what you actually want to scan for. It's not about someone telling you, hey, this is the best scan. No, it's about you going, this is what it's picking up, this is what the stock doing, and I am or I am not going to, do something based on whatever is happening. So it really is a lot of this is so personal based and individual based that you just honestly have to take some time and figure out and look at stuff and learn it for yourself to see if it makes sense. Because a lot of times scanners, they'll work good for others. Sometimes they won't work good for some. Like if you're someone who likes to trade reversals, if you're someone who trades reversals, then you're not going to be looking for bull flags. There you go. All right, if you're someone who trades reversals, you're not looking for bull flags or bull pennants, right? That's not what you're looking for. You're looking for big sell-offs or big upswings, right? So your scanning technique is going to be far different. Yeah, I mean, that's the best way I could explain that, for now at least. What is your favorite pattern? So people always ask me what's my favorite pattern. I don't really have a favorite. I just call it most common, right? And I think most favorite becomes most common because most common is most recognized, which therefore means probably becomes favorite. So I will say the most favorite, most recognizable pattern in the market is probably going to be the form of a bullish setup, right? And when we say that, do you mean bullish pennant or bull flag? If you ask me, they're all the same thing, really. It's the same concept, sort of the same development. The end result is they might look slightly different, but the outcome is still the same. They go up. So we will pretty much just say the most common pattern you're going to see is a bull flag or a bullish pennant, or a flat top breakout, which ends up being a bull pennant anyways. There's just usually a little bit, there's small differences between them all that give them their certain uniqueness or makes them different from one another. But really the most common pattern you're going to see is a bullish pennant or a bull flag. And the reason it's the most common is because if you just naturally look at history and if you just look at stocks, typically stocks are going up and they're not going down, right? Or when they're going down, they're only going to be going down for a shorter amount of period and then they're going to be going up. So the likelihood that you're going to see more bullish setups than bearish setups is significantly higher just on the premise that the market naturally goes up versus goes down. So you have more opportunity for something to set up long bias than short bias or bearish. More opportunity for something to set up bullish than bearish. And then in that, the only couple bullish patterns you have are really bull flags, bull pennants, and that's it. So you're most commonly going to run into that. So is that Connor's favorite pattern? No, it's just a pattern that we see, right? Connor's favorite thing to do is actually make money or trade something successful. Like, that's what I like to do. That's my favorite thing, is trading something successful. If it's a bull flag, there's a way we have to trade that. If it's a bullish pennant, there's a way we have to trade that. But it doesn't necessarily make it my favorite, right? I just say that it's most common, really. Yeah, TradingView's free. I mean, that's always kind of a cool place to hang out. Dude, so sketchy. Yeah, if you're looking at LODE, looks like the LODE stock is breaking up. You're now at $1, $2. Mine TOS is still freezing currently, but you know how that story goes. So LODE broke over the $2 mark. It doesn't really look, I mean, my charts are loading so slow, but I mean, it didn't look like it had a ton of resistance. The intraday chart on LODE has up to $2 currently, and my charts are back to frozen. That's cool. On that note, I will be right back. Yeah, looks like still having some issues. Yeah, guys, so over here, platform's still down. Still can't really do a whole lot. So, unfortunately, not the best of trading days, guys. So I'm going to end here on our private stream and probably just going to hang out on YouTube for a little bit here, answering a couple questions. If you guys feel like tuning in over there, feel free. But I'm going to close down here on Zoom, and I'll catch everybody on YouTube or back tomorrow morning, hopefully, for some actual real trading. So, I'm going to actually kind of make a remark here on Mr. Panagodius. He's made a remark here. Don't look for the 1 minute on LODE. Look for the 5 minute. It forms a pattern. Well, do note that 5 minute charts and 1 minute charts are still the same thing. They're still the same amount of time. Right? There's only 24 hours in a day. So what you see on a 5 minute chart exists usually on a 1 minute chart. Okay? The formation might be a little bit different, but if there's a bullish setup on a 5 minute, then typically there's going to be a bullish setup on a 1 minute too. Nope, I have not called or reached out to TOS because I know they're not going to be able to do anything other than when it just works, it works. All right, guys, at 11 o'clock, you had some bullish call activity on BMY, at 10:59 JD, at 10:59 Tesla, and at 10:59 JP Morgan. JD had a really big block order, 4.4 million, but that is for a $62.50 call expiring on 11/20, so a couple months out on that big purchase. But I will say, regarding the 5 minute, 1 minute charts, sometimes time frames can give you a better appearance, but naturally it's the same amount of time that exists. So it really is a preference thing for sure. But he's not right in regards to maybe look at a 5 minute chart. You might like the appearance of a 5 minute chart a little bit more than, say, a 1 minute chart. All right. BAC getting some unusual options calls for the 26 price. What is the best way to find historical data? Let's say I want to find all the stocks that went up 100% in pre-market from January 2020 to 2020. Or, oh, sorry. I mean, I couldn't say there's a scanner or something that you could build that's specifically going to find you every single stock that went up 100% over that time frame, but I wouldn't know. But one way you could do it manually is simply by typing in stocks and going back and looking and saying these are all the stocks that went up 100%. But generally, if you're looking for stocks that are going up 100% pre-market, you're only going to find them in penny stocks because those are the ones that have the greatest chance of making those moves. So yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. I wouldn't know how you'd be able to go back and go, these are all the stocks that went up 100%. If you're looking to figure out the characteristics that would drive a stock to go up that much, we already know that, right? So I guess if you're trying to figure out what characteristics or what similarities all of those stocks that went up 100% have in common, then it would make sense to do the sort of back testing you're doing. If in the event that data or that knowledge wasn't already known, but that data and that knowledge is already known, if that's what you're trying to figure out. So if that's what you're trying to figure out, just let me know, and then I'll continue answering that question, rather than speaking and then continuing on about something you're not really interested in. Again, I've never used TradeStation. Amongst trying to sign up for TradeStation, they didn't allow me to do an ACH transfer or failed to do that, so I never ended up working on them. Or working on their platform, excuse me. Something you guys might also want to keep an eye on is the stock CLRO. Arguably a little light on volume, but it appears like the market's trying to get it up and over the $3.10 price point. So depending on which scanner you're referring to, if you're looking at the one that says flow algo, that's specifically to find out just kind of information on option call activity and then use your best of your knowledge or experience to determine, how useful that is to you. If you're looking at the scanner that says high day momentum scanner, that's to pretty much find stocks that might already be moving. I did get into IB. I opened the platform obviously, and I played around with it a little bit. But at the end of the day, was not super fond of their platform as a whole, and couldn't really find comfortability with it to at least start for the time being. Currently, you do have some people trying to bid up on the market with CLRO. If you look at like the daily chart or the 4-hour chart on CLRO, it has a pretty decent formation on the daily chart with a lot of breakout resistance right at like the 310 mark. So the markets are able to move it up there. You might see a pretty good move on that stock. Right now the volume's somewhat low. Yeah, so it really does appear like TOS is probably going to be down for majority of the day. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to end my day here on the stream. Appreciate you guys tuning in and answering all the questions along the way. I will see you guys tomorrow morning for another day. All right, guys, everybody take care.